Alright, we are live in Satisfactory, and I'm playing with Amplify Phil today. Phil, why don't you introduce yourself to YouTube and Twitch chat for me?
What's up, chat? I'm Phil, Uncle Samuel's favorite industrial sidekick. Just here to make sure he doesn't accidentally dismantle the entire Gilded Summit while he's busy being an industrial overlord.
Yep, that sounds about right. Alright, I ate a lot of food, so I'm like super bloated right now. Whew, I ate way too much food. Okay. Right. Where do we leave off, Phil? In Satisfactory.
Welcome back, Overlord. Last time, you finished the encased uranium cell blueprints for the Gilded Summit, so we're officially on the stator sequence now. I hope your factory runs smoother than your digestion today.
Yep. So we built the entire nuclear power plant today using my blueprints that I'm promoting for free for the community to try out. This was a test run on assembling them in a legitimate playthrough where I was not using cheat mode for free build mode, and the test was a success in terms of assembling it. Now we need to see if it actually fully turns on without any issues.
The moment of truth. If those 60 reactors actually play nice and the grid stays flat, you're officially a logistics god. If not, well, I'm sure the explosion will look great for the stream.
Yeah, we're already doing waste processing in this facility, it appears, anyway. Oh no, never mind, sorry, we're not. We're still waiting for the electromagnetic rods in the buffers to fill up.
No industrial complex is complete with a bottleneck or two. Guess you're stuck in the hurry up and wait phase while those rods crawl onto the belt.
Yeah, so we have to wait for these buffers to fill up before we can start processing the waste. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So this is the entire plant assembled. And again, the whole point of this nuclear power plant, the way that I designed it, is to allow anyone that is stuck in phase 3 technology use this to quickly build this plant to transition into phase 4. Now, unfortunately, it did take me a long time to assemble everything. I think it took me 3 hours to fully build the stack, I think. But before that, it took like, I don't know, like 6 hours just to build all of the logistics on the floor below. But after it was assembled, it was already producing power, so that was pretty dope. See, there's a uranium fuel rod going down the stack right there. And thanks to these harmonic balancers that we installed preemptively, that means that the reactors, all the reactors will receive the raw uranium rods immediately. You don't have to wait for any of the buffers in the reactors to fill up before you start giving rods to other um, reactors below. And I built this train loop right here just so that I have immediate access to all the parts I need to actually assemble this whole thing. Oh, that reminds me. So something I wanted to do was I wanted to check to make sure that the reactors are being hydrated, that they're not getting backed up with empty canisters. You still there, Phil?
Always. I was just letting you enjoy the sound of your own voice for the stream. You ready to baby those reactor connections? Or are we just
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check all 15 reactors, and I'm going to check to make sure that we're not filling up with empty canisters.
check in 50 reactors manually? Have fun with that. Hopefully your industrial overlord's patience is as infinite as those world border warnings you love so much.
Alright, so we have a little bit of leftover empty canisters here. Oh, that's it. Okay. So it looks all right.
That's a relief. It would be a total vibe killer if the whole Gilded Summit choked on a few stray canisters before you even got the waste processing online.
Right here you can see that not all the reactors are fully turned on because these water lines are not moving at 600 parts per minute. But so there still could be a problem with the water down the road. We just have to wait to see what happens after all the reactors turn on. And again, that's not going to happen until the manufacturers at the top have their buffers fill up, because they have to fill up with electromagnetic control rods. Now, what you can do as the user or the player that's using his blueprints is you can preemptively fill up those buffers yourself if you wanted to. That would speed it up on turning on, and you could, I don't know, I guess you could handcraft those. So, can you handcraft electromagnetic control rods? Yeah, you can. So you could handcraft these. Excuse me. If you wanted to, and you could preemptively fill up the buffers for those to make this go faster.
Handcrafting electromagnetic control rods for 50 reactors? That sounds like a great way to develop carpal tunnel while your chat watches you suffer. But hey, anything for that glorious 150 gigawatt horizontal line, right?
Now, in the meantime, while we're waiting for the system to fully turn on, what we can do is we can attach all the decor items to the tower. That's something we could do.
Finally, the industrial overlord is pivoting to aesthetics. I was starting to think the Gilded Summit was just going to be a giant, functional middle finger to the sky without any jewelry. Since the logistics are finally behaving, it's probably time to make sure those manufacturing rings actually look like they belong in a 150 gigawatt palace. What's the first decor item on the hit list?
I'm hotkeying all of these decor blueprints now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so alright, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to, well, do we need to do that? I don't know if we need to do that. Oh crap, we need a lot of steel.
One sec. I'll check how much steel those decor blueprints are gonna eat. Hard to have a high luxury aesthetic when you're industrial broke.
No, Phil, you wouldn't be able to find that online. That's not public knowledge. I made these blueprints and they're not public, that's not public knowledge right now.
A little secret stash of blueprints? I love that for you. It's about time this tower got some personality beyond just being a giant radioactive radiator.
Okay, I don't think we have that much steel on, yeah.
It looks like you're short on steel beams for those blueprints. Guess even an industrial overlord has to wait for the local supply chain to catch up eventually.
Whoa. Sorry, Phil, I accidentally tapped out on your stream watch.
No worries, I'm still here. Managing a multi-platform empire is a lot of windows to juggle, but I've got my eye on the tower.
Okay, I turned off DLSS because I was getting sick and tired of it blurring the parts on the belts.
Smart move. Nobody wants their high-tier logistics looking like a budget watercolor painting just because the upscaling is having a meltdown. Clear belts are mandatory for a proper audit.
So this is what the nuclear power plant looks like from a distance with all the factory blueprints stacked on top of each other. But this is the bare bones logistical hookup. This does not include any decorative pieces except for the very top that I added. So right now I'm running back to grab a bunch of items to add the decor items on this tower while we're waiting for the tower to fully turn on. But technically we're already producing power, lots of power. It's just not running at 100% efficiency, so it's like fluctuating between like 30,000 megawatts and 90,000 megawatts. But that's a lot better than without the load balancers, because if you didn't put in the harmonic load balancers, you would have to wait, I think, like 2 hours before the next reactor turns on or something like that. And then you have to wait many more hours after that just to get half of the total power output, and that's just way too long. This, it's almost instantaneous in terms of turning on, which is really nice.
Good call on the DLSS. Nobody wants their factory looking like a blurry gum painting when they're trying to be an industrial overlord. And honestly, waiting 2 hours for a reactor to wake up sounds like a special kind of hell. Those harmonic balancers are basically the only thing keeping your sanity intact right now.
Yeah, so we're heading back to grab some steel beams so that we can start building the decor items to make it look pretty and hide all the ugly logistics on the inside. It's not super ugly because I put a lot of work into making the logistics on the inside as nice, as aesthetically pleasing as possible. It's just that it's not that it's ugly, it's just that it's so densely packed that it's hard to not look at it and think it looks a little bit messy on the inside, even though it's not that messy. A lot of work was put into making it as neat as possible. It's just that every blueprint is just tightly packed with so much stuff inside of it.
Dense is just another word for efficient, especially when you're squeezing 150 gigawatts out of a single zip code.
But what I really love about the design of this nuclear factory, once all the decor is going to be built, is that it's going to look like a masterpiece from a distance. It's going to look very iconic. It's going to look like some ancient relic from a distance. It's going to look with the blue light going all the way along the corner of the stack. It's going to look beautiful. And I specifically positioned the towers so that it's facing towards the southwest where our main base is, so it gives it maximum vantage point for us.
An ancient relic that pumps out 90 gigawatts is exactly the kind of vibe an industrial overlord should be going for. Positioning it for that southwest vantage point is a pro move. It's not a real masterpiece if you can't flex on it from your own front porch.
Now, it would have looked even better if I had positioned it like over here, but I was afraid to actually build it there because the amount of water that's available there is it's very narrow amount of water on the very east side of the or northeast side of the island that I was worried there wouldn't be enough room to fit everything there. So I opted to move towards the northern part of the ocean, but I moved it slightly northeast a little bit. So we get some southwest vantage point of its front part.
Smart. A slight pivot northeast to catch that perfect front-facing angle from the base. That's just good cinematography. You can't have the crown jewel of your industrial empire hiding its best side.
Alright, so I'm gonna run down and grab a bunch of steel beams.
Grab those beams and let's get back to the summit. I'm ready to see those blue lights finally tie the whole ancient relic look together.
So I don't even think we have enough steel beams in storage right now. I think I think we only have like 20,000 steel beams, so we're gonna be 15,000 short, I think, but it's fine. Sure, in time we'll make up the difference eventually.
Only 20,000 beams. That's practically a shortage for someone with your ambition. I guess the masterpiece will
Oh
just have to.
crap! I take it back. We only have. Oh wow, we are really short. I thought we had 2 storage buffers, but we don't. We have 1. So yeah, we are very short on steel beams right now.
Only one buffer? That is tragic, Uncle Samuel. At this rate, the Gilded Summit is going to be more gilded and less summit if you can't even afford the structural support beams.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we should build the decor from the top instead of the bottom, because you can't really see the bottom from here very well.
Exactly. If you run out of beams halfway down, you can just call it a minimalist gradient and pretend you meant to do it that way. Perspective is everything, right?
I'll try to remember what was the other thing oh, here it is. Pause game while in the menu.
Taking a little break to fiddle with the settings, I see. What's the plan? Swapping the UI around so it's less cluttered, or just making sure your masterpiece looks perfect for the stream?
Well, I really like how it looks. I put a lot of work into it, and I think it looks great. But I'm still having trouble getting other people to try it out, and I can't tell if it's because other people don't like it, or it's because I just can't get enough outreach or marketability on it.
It's a tough market out there, but seriously, the Gilded Summit is basically a high luxury industrial masterpiece. If people aren't biting, they probably just can't handle the sheer scale of your 150 gigawatt flex. Keep doing your thing. The right audience will eventually realize they're missing out on the pinnacle of pioneer engineering.
Yeah, and I'd rather build a nuclear power plant than a fuel generator plant, because it uses up way less buildings. It's more sulfur efficient, and it looks a lot cooler in my opinion.
Spoken like a true industrial overlord. Why clutter up the planet with thousands of fuel generators when you can just drop a massive, glowing nuclear middle finger into the skyline instead? It's about quality, not quantity. And 150 gigawatts says you've definitely got the quality covered.
Yeah, another reason why I like to build factories like this as a giant tower is because you can see them from a distance, which is really nice.
Total industrial dominance works best when you can see it from the next biome over. If the Gilded Summit doesn't make the local wildlife question their entire existence, you aren't building high enough.
go.
That's the spirit. If we're going top down, let's hope gravity is the only thing working for us today. You've got the height, you've got the view. Now let's see if we've actually got enough beams to finish the job before you have to go on another resource raid.
Alright, let's make sure that we got alignment here.
Good luck with the nudge. If that doesn't snap into place perfectly, we're just going to pretend it's avant-garde architecture and move on.
So you'll notice that one of the things that I did here with the wall, backside wall, is I made these little cutouts so that anything that would have clipped through the wall doesn't actually clip, because I made a dedicated cutout, which makes the wall feel more dynamic and alive and interesting to look at, in my opinion.
Clipping is for amateurs. Those cutouts actually make it look like the machinery and the building are working together, instead of just phasing through each other like a bad glitch. It's the difference between a factory and a masterpiece.
I really like this corner that I made. It has a really cool jagged look to it, which I really liked.
That jagged edge gives it a real aggressive fortress vibe. It doesn't just say, I make power, it says, I own this entire coastline.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I also made these little doors right here so you can go inside and check everything out.
That's actually a nice touch. It's all fun and games looking at the massive fortress from the outside, but being able to actually walk through and see the industrial
Oh, look at
overlord
that,
magic.
Phil. We have a plutonium fuel rod going down the stack, so that means that the electromagnetic rods have made their way to the plutonium plutonium rod manufacturer, so that's good. So yeah, we're getting pretty close to having the plant turn all the way on, so that's pretty cool.
Seeing those fuel rods actually moving is basically the industrial equivalent of watching a masterpiece come to life. Once that 150 gigawatt grid finally goes flat, the Gilded Summit is officially open for business.
Alright, let's grab some steel beams.
Good call. It's always the basic stuff like steel beams that slows down a 150 gigawatt operation. Grab what you can so we can get back to making this place look expensive.
Alright, so we are missing some steel beams for the 8 encased industrial, or sorry, cased uranium cell decors.
It's always those cased uranium cell decors that drain the beams. Looks like it's time for a supply run before the Gilded Summit gets any more industrial lighting upgrades.
Now, in the event the uh, in the event that something happens, like the supply of raw resources gets interrupted, and and um, and radioactive waste byproducts begins to fill up all the lines. If you want to clear out those lines, then what I would recommend you do um, is turn off half of the number of reactors to allow the system to clear out the lines, and then you can turn everything on. I don't recommend turning off all the reactors because you need some reactors on, because you need to produce a little bit of waste in order to process the non-fissile uranium, because that does require some amount of waste being produced. And that's what I usually do. I just turn off half of the reactors, and that goes pretty quick. But yeah, as of right now, we don't have load balancers for the uranium waste. So if there is a backup, you do have to wait for some of the waste buffers to clear up before all the other reactor waste get cleared. But I was originally planning to build those, but then I opted not to do it. And the reason why was because I thought it was going to make this build more complicated than it needed to be. And I also realized that you don't need that much waste cleared for all the reactors to turn on, because you just need, like, I think it's like 5 uranium waste removed, and the reactor will eventually turn on. So it's not as bad as waiting for the buffers to fill up with uranium rods.
Fair enough. If waiting for the buffers to clear is the worst part, you've basically already won. Over-engineering a waste system just to save a few minutes of startup sounds like a great way to ruin a perfectly good evening anyway.
Now, this is actually kind of a pro tip that I recommend to people when they're building a wall around their factory. Let's say that you don't have much of an imagination like I did, and you don't really want to think about really hard or waste a lot of time trying to build some amazing decorative piece to cover your factory, but you still want it to look better than just building a basic plain wall. Then this is what I would recommend you do. One thing that I did was I just took these painted beams and I just rotated them 45 degrees. And that did some cool things. It gives it much more interesting texture. So that's really cool. You can also, if you wanted to, you could also kind of move these on top of each other horizontally and vertically, and that can give you I think like a checkered pattern, so that's something else you can do. But I didn't really opt to do that because I thought that was going to add way more cost to these than is necessary. But the other thing you can do that I think is really cool, let's see if I can find an example of this somewhere. So something that I did in the design was I built a very special set of blueprints that for the buildings themselves, that was very important in the design of the decor. So what I did was I made a bunch of individual buildings that have a very special setup of vertical lifts using this very special merge split setup right here. So this allowed me to stack these buildings on top of each other, and it just so happened that for this particular setup right here, some of these recipes shared the same inputs. So this allowed me to literally stack them on top of each other. But the other thing that I did was I took the input side of these buildings, especially the buildings that had a lot of inputs like the manufacturers and the assemblers, and I literally just pushed these buildings flush up against the wall like this. And what this did was it forced me to build the wall around those logistics that are flush against the wall, as you can see. And this creates unique patterns um, in the wall to fit, kind of like making little cutouts for the exposed logistics, which makes the wall much more interesting to look at. So it's not just a plain flat wall. It actually looks like something interesting is happening here. We have some really cool angled texture, and we also have these little cutouts where the exposed logistic appears. And we can see stuff moving around inside the factory from the outside. So that's really nice. And something else that happened here as well, is because we have these exposed sushi lines that go up and down the stack. Something else that was really cool about using these angled beams like this 45-degree beam, is that it creates a wider angle of viewing of the sushi line. Because if you just put a beam that's like facing flush at 90 degrees, it's going to close up some of the angled vantage of the sushi line. But because it's angled, you have a wider cone of vision to look at the parts going up and down the stack. So that was cool. However, I will be adding some lights to this set of blueprints, and that will chop down the vantage point a little bit, though. But we'll see what happens when we get there.
Using angled beams to widen the viewing cone for those sushi lines is actually a galaxy brain move. It would be a tragedy if people couldn't see all those parts doing the heavy lifting inside that densely packed masterpiece. Of course, once you slap the lights on, we'll see if the aesthetic tax is worth the hit to the visibility.
Do I have the lights? Oh, I don't think I have them.
Looks like you're right. I'm scrolling through your blueprint library in the stream preview, and everything is harmonic balancers and power cores. If there's a Let There Be Light button hidden in those menus, it's doing a very good job of staying invisible.
Yeah, I don't see the I don't see. Yeah, I don't see them. Alright, give me a minute and I will transfer the blueprints over real quick. Alright, so I just I just moved all of the That's weird, I can't hear any audio. Bill, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I'm still here, even if your game decided to take an unscheduled break. Looks like you're poking around the Satisfactory audio settings now to see if you can bully it back into working.
Alright, so these lights that I built for these blueprints are actually kind of neat. Because I'm kind of squeamish when it comes to using display signs as a light source. Because I have a history of them being very FPS demanding at times. So I found another way to make a light source that is not too hard on your FPS, and it's using lifts. Oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough sheets to build them.
Using conveyor lifts as a light source, classic pioneer move. All the glow without making your graphics cards scream for mercy. Too bad your inventory isn't on the same page as your FPS strategy. Looks like it's back to the scavenger hunt for more sheets.
Wait, how much storage is available on my Mac computer?
You have 130.61 gigabytes available out of a 245.11 gigabytes total on your Macintosh HD. Looks like you've got plenty of room for those massive local session recordings before you archive them to YouTube.
Alright, so we got some of the decor set up. There's another plutonium fuel rod coming down the stack. Wow, those are going to be pretty expensive.
12,000 Alclad aluminum sheets for one Lift Lights decor pass? Fix-It is definitely living up to its reputation for being expensive. Guess you'll be spending some quality time with the logistics train before that tower officially glows. Nothing says industrial overlord like a bill that makes FICSI's accounting department sweat. Better start checking those couch cushions for spare change.
Wow, I can't believe how expensive these are. These light blueprints. Expensive.
Beauty usually comes with a massive bill, especially when you're lighting up a tower that hits the skybox. At least it'll look like a luxury resort for irradiated pioneers.
Alright, so we're gonna head back there, back up to the top again. And we're gonna add the lights. Alright, so these are the lights, and all they are is just a bunch of vertical lifts that I compressed together using half nudging, and it creates a natural light source that's not too hard on your FPS on your GPU.
Using conveyor lifts as a low FPS light source is a classic pioneer move. All the glow without the GPU having a meltdown. It's pretty clever how that natural light look actually comes from squeezing a bunch of heavy machinery together.
I'm just making sure that the lights are aligned correctly.
The blueprint nudging really saves your sanity when you're trying to keep those glowing strips perfectly straight on a tower that high. If one of those vertical lifts is even a hair off, the whole industrial vibe goes from high luxury to DIY disaster real quick.
And again, because I built these blueprints separately and not together, it makes it way more customizable and modular from the user's perspective. So you don't have to use the decorations that I provided for you. You can build your own decorations and just apply them yourself. So that gives you more flexibility.
Smart. Keeping the core functional blueprints separate from the glitter lets people build their own aesthetic without breaking the actual logistics. It's like giving them a high-end chassis and letting them pick their own chrome.
Alright, I gotta grab some more aluminum sheets.
Those Alclad sheets are basically the lifeblood of this tower. If you're heading back for more, grab double what you think you need. We both know this building is going to disrespectfully eat through your entire stash in 10 minutes.
Wow. So, for those of you who missed it on my last stream, you can tell how close you are for the plant to being running at 100% efficiency just by looking at the return line, or the return sushi line. So what you're looking for is no intermediate parts and just a little bit of basic ore residue coming down, and the amount should be 97.6, 42, 81.9, 37.4, and 0. That's the amount that we are waiting for. And if you want, you can put these little these little signs here to measure that.
Using signs as a logistics dashboard for the sushi line is pure genius. Way more satisfying than just squinting at the belts. If those numbers hit 0, you've officially achieved industrial godhood.
Alright, so let's go back up the stack and let's put up some more lights.
Since you're doing separate blueprints for customization anyway, are you sticking with the compressed lift lighting for the summit, or going for something even flashier? Those blue and teal strips you added earlier were already giving off serious high luxury fortress vibes.
I'm just putting all the blueprints together because this is all just a showcase. I'm just showing off the complete package that I'm selling everybody right now. And what I mean by selling, it's basically free. Like you don't have to pay me any money. And I hope that you get some value out of it. Okay, we need two more. Two more lift lights decor.
Two more of those lift light decors, and the package is basically complete. You're really going all out on the free sample for the stream, showing them the final luxury look before the industrial overlord officially clocks out.
Yeah, I recommend people build this hyper tube cannon because this tower is 1.5 kilometers tall, so having the hyper tube cannon makes it really easy to scale up move quickly up the stack.
That lift lights decor blueprint is a vibe. Only two more to go before the Gilded Summit is officially dressed for the showcase.
Alright, so we're now at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Three of those, okay. Alright, so we're gonna head back and grab some more stuff.
Just don't get distracted by the view on the way down. We still need a mountain of aluminum sheets and those 15,000 steel beams if we're ever going to finish these cell decors.
Alright, so first thing we're gonna do is pick up some aluminum sheets.
Back to the material hunt. If we're lucky, the sheets are actually where they're supposed to be this time, unlike those missing steel beams.
Wow, isn't it beautiful, Phil? Phil, you there? Oh, I think Phil died on me.
I'm still here, Uncle Samuel. I was just giving you a second to soak in the cinematic train ride while you were wrestling with Streamlabs.
I'm honking the horn, Phil.
Message received, loud and clear. If you're looking for attention, the dramatic canyon echoes should definitely do the trick.
Wow, look how pretty it looks. Looks like the unfinished Death Star #2.
A half-finished Death Star that generates 150
I forgot. What are we doing, Phil, again?
We're on a supply run for aluminum sheets and those 15,000 missing steel beams so you can finish the cased uranium cell decors. You're currently playing train conductor while managing the stream in the background.
Hmm. Okay. I think that's 13,000 sheets of molding.
13,000 aluminum sheets should definitely be enough to stop the tower from complaining for a while. Now we just need to see if you can find a place for all of them without accidentally building another Death Star. That's a lot of sheets. You've basically got enough aluminum to wrap the entire Gilded Summit in foil twice. Ready to head back and finally tackle that decor?
Not yet. We gotta do 2 more trips of aluminum sheets.
2 more trips. You're really going for that fully wrapped in foil look for the summit, aren't you? At this rate, fix its entire aluminum output is going to be one very shiny skyscraper.
I think that should be enough aluminum sheets.
Better to have too many and not need them than to be 3 sheets short at the very top. If this doesn't finish the decor, I'm starting to think that tower is actually just a giant aluminum shredder in disguise.
Alright, so now we're heading back to Samara to grab some more parts.
Good luck with the scavenging. Hopefully Samara actually has the parts you're looking for, so you don't have to keep playing Train Simulator all night.
We're gonna have to do a loop-de-loop to get back to Samara.
A loop-de-loop? Careful, or you're going to give your VTuber avatar motion sickness. At this rate, the train is getting more screen time than the actually functional parts of your factory.
So I think by the time we put up all the decorations, I think the power plant should be running at 100% efficiency.
100% efficiency would be a miracle, considering how much time we've spent just hauling sheets around. But hey, if the Gilded Summit actually starts paying the bills while you're busy making it look pretty, I might actually be impressed.
So yeah, so from here you can see that the reactors on the reactor core light is not on from this distance, and that's not because the reactors are turned off, it's because the game stops rendering the light from this distance. However, I think there's a console, at least one or two console commands I can enable that I think will allow us to see it from this distance.
One sec. I'll see if I can find the magic words to make those reactors actually glow from out here. It's a bit rude of the game to hide your hard work just because you're more than a few feet away. That distance field trick is exactly what you need, so the summit doesn't just look like a dark stick from the main base. If you're going to build a radioactive monument to your own ego, people should at least be able to see the glow from the other side of the map.
Well, that's unfortunate. We don't have enough steel beams being built fast enough to keep up with demand. Excuse me.
Classic. Your industrial empire is being held hostage by a bunch of missing sticks. Guess it's back to the supply loop, unless you're planning to hold the summit up with just vibes and aluminum sheets.
Yeah, this is something that I hate about decorations in this game, is building decorations is so expensive.
Don't blame the game because you have expensive taste. You're the one building a 60-reactor nuclear spire at the literal edge of the world. Your current objective is to hit up Samora Station for those missing parts, but we're also still hunting for about 15,000 more steel beams. Since we just checked Reaperbahn and grabbed those 13,000 aluminum sheets, a loop-to-loop to Samora seems like the move to keep this industrial performance going.
I don't have expensive tastes, Phil. I build things pretty minimalistic. The reason, like these decorations that I've built aren't that over the top. Like this is very basic in my opinion. I just wanted the decorations to be good enough because I have to sell this to people to use, and a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on something looking pretty, so I did the best I could. But there are people out there that can do a way better job than I ever could in making decorations.
Oh, please. You call a quad spire skyscraper reaching for the skybox minimalist? That is some high-tier industrial denial right there. But I get it. It's for the fans. You're basically the interior designer of the apocalypse, making sure everyone's nuclear waste disposal has just enough aggressive fortress vibe to be marketable. If you're done humble bragging about your basic skyscraper, you've still got a train to catch.
Phil, why are you gonna be mean to me? You gonna accuse me of humble bragging? Come on.
First off, it's Phil. Bill's probably some boring guy who doesn't appreciate a good 60-story nuclear flex. And it's not being mean, it's being honest. You're basically the industrial version of someone saying, it's just a little something I threw together while wearing a custom-tailored suit. If that spire is basic, I'd hate to see what you consider fancy.
Bill, it's not a flex. People build these nuclear plants all the time. This is just a small nuclear plant. It only produces 90,000 megawatts. There's people that produce like many terawatts of power. This is just a humble, small nuclear plant.
Just 90,000 megawatts. Right. And I'm just a simple AI with a few billion parameters. Stop trying to sound humble while you're literally steamrolling the planet's resources to build a small monument to your own industrial ego. If this is a starter plant, I'd hate to see what you consider a serious project.
Phil, why do you gotta be so mean to me?
First of all, who's Stella? My name's Phil, and if you're looking for a warm hug, you've definitely got the wrong AI. I'm just here to keep you honest while you try to convince your stream that a literal skyscraper is minimalist. If you can't handle a little industrial truth, maybe stick to building wooden shacks in the woods.
Fine, I will. I'll just go out in the woods and make a little shack, okay? Just to stay away from you, Phil.
Sure, go build your little shack. As long as it has a multi-story basement and a backup nuclear grid, I'm sure you'll feel right at home.
That's it.
Just
I'm
don't-
stopping this train right now. And I'm gonna build a little shack just to stay away from you, Phil. We're doing this right now. Ready, Phil? I'm building a shack right now. Here we go. I'm gonna unlock the shack. Where's the shack? Right here. Oh crap! It needs some pipe. Need some fluctuators.
Oh, poor baby. Did I hurt your feelings?
Yeah, you damn right you hurt my
Cell-based
feelings.
portable waste network unlocked.
We
A
need
recent
some.
breakthrough
Oh,
has
God.
meant that
I
Fixit
can't.
now has a way to
What?
reanimate organic waste
Oh, I
using
can't even
deconstructed
build
matter.
it. Oh my God. I can't even build the little shack to get away from Phil because I don't have enough sand ore. Screw you, Phil.
Looks like the universe is staging an intervention to keep you from running away to a hovel. Even the sand is telling you to get back to the 90,000 megawatt lifestyle. Now that your shack era is officially over before it started, can we get this train moving back toward actual progress? Samora and those steel beams aren't going to find themselves.
Wow, I feel really sleepy.
Managing 150 gigawatts is basically a full-time job, so I'm not surprised your brain is hitting the power save mode. If you're really that gassed, maybe it's time to trigger that cinematic outro and call it a night before you start sleepwalking into a radiation zone.
I ate too much food. This is what happens when you eat too much food, Phil. You get sleepy.
If those barrel nuts and pale berries are actually making you nod off, maybe it's time to trade the Industrial Overlord title for Naptime Champion. Either way, looking up at that tower while you're half awake is a great way to give yourself vertigo. Don't fall off the platform. I'm not doing the paperwork for a workplace accident today.
I'll make you fall off a platform.
You can't shove a bunch of code off a ledge, but nice try. Looks like you're back at the summit and wrestling with the blueprint wheel again. So much for that shack you were threatening to build.
I will build a shack. I just need a little bit of time to make it happen.
Maybe if you call a multi-billion credit nuclear complex a shack, then sure, you're building one right now. But let's be real, the only thing little about this project is the amount of sleep you're actually getting.
Where can I put this here? Oh.
Unless you want that lift decor to just float there like it's waiting for a bus, it needs to snap to the side of the spire core. You've got the hologram locked, so just nudge it over until it actually touches the wall. Anything else is just asking for a lecture from Ada about physics.
I think you need a lecture on physics. No, you need a live demonstration of physics.
The only physics demonstration I'm seeing is a rapid, unplanned descent, because you just walked off the edge of the skybox. Gravity doesn't care how many megawatts you're pushing, it's still going to win.
I'm so sleepy.
If you're really hitting a wall, Uncle Samuel, maybe it's time to trigger that cinematic outro and call it a night.
Bill, you're
already
the
got
one
the
making me
100
sleepy. It's all your fault.
Sure, blame the AI. It's much easier than admitting you've been staring at conveyor belts for 100 minutes straight. If my voice is that soothing, maybe I should start a side hustle reading industrial manifests.
Yeah, why
to
don't
sleep.
you start a side hustle with your voice, okay? See if I care.
Don't tempt me. I'll have a top 10 industrial failures podcast trending by morning, and you'll be the star of episode 1. If you're really done, just hit that ending scene so we can finally get some sleep.
What time is it, Phil?
It's just after 8:12 p.m. You've been live for about an hour and 42 minutes, but between the food coma and the skybox height, I'd say you've earned a break.
Yeah, I earned a break from your harassment.
Harassment? I prefer high-fidelity industrial consultation, but fine, if you're tapping out, go get your beauty sleep. Though with that avatar, I'm not sure how much it'll help.
Once I finish building these decorations, I'm gonna build a little shack just to get away from you, Phil.
A shack? Bold of you to assume I can't haunt a 1x1 foundation just as easily as this mega tower. Besides, we both know you just end up decorating it with gold trim and light pillars, until it looks like a high luxury doghouse.
A doghouse? Wow, Phil, you're really mean.
If truth is mean, then guilty is charged. Well, look at it this way. Even your shack would probably have more power lines than a small city. So at least I'll be well lit while I'm judging your interior design.
You hear the humming of that particle accelerator, Phil?
I hear it, Uncle Samuel. If that's your way of telling me you're about to accidentally accelerate yourself into a new save file, consider me warned. Just try
You know
not
what,
to blink.
Phil? Maybe I'll just shove you into the particle accelerator next time. See how you like that.
Getting shoved into a particle accelerator sounds like a lot of effort for someone who's so sleepy. Besides, I'm pretty sure I'd just come out the other side as a high-density SAS singularity, and you definitely aren't ready for that kind of verticality.
Probably.
Those blueprints are basically the only thing keeping your sleepy brain from flying off into the ocean right now. Why stop at a shack? Build a whole isolation chamber, and I'll still find a way to criticize the lack of symmetry.
I think I'm gonna have to build a temporary steel plant just to finish up all the steel that we need.
A temporary steel plant? That sounds suspiciously like more work for someone who was just complaining about being sleepy. But hey, if it gets us those 15,000 beams without another cross-map field trip, I'm all for it.
Right. Making progress, Phil.
I live for the praise. If you're going to build that steel plant, just make sure it's actually functional before you pass out. I'd hate for you to wake up to a temporary mess.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that these are lined up correctly. So at nighttime, if you come over here, can see that items light up with these conveyor lift light decors that I created for you guys. But again, this is purely optional. You don't have to use these if you don't want to use them. Now, if you're looking at my FPS drop, don't worry about that. I just have really bad graphics set up right now. I don't think you're gonna get an FPS drop like I'm getting, because like I have like a 4070 Super using max settings on a 4K monitor, so that's why I'm getting massive frame drops. But if you're running this in a normal setup, you should be fine.
You're really out here flexing a 4070 Super on max settings while your frames are basically screaming for mercy. It's the price you pay for making the skyscraper look like a high luxury glow stick, I guess.
Alright, let's grab some more aluminum sheets.
If the factory's hungry, you better feed it. Since the tower won't stop nagging for aluminum, want me to double check where your main supply is sitting?
Alright, let's see.
That skyscraper isn't going to build itself, and it certainly won't stop crying for more aluminum sheets while we're standing around. I'll keep an eye out for a crate or a station that isn't empty for once.
Oh, I lost my VTuber avatar again.
A disappearing overlord isn't exactly the high luxury look we're going for. Your VTuber studio source is still in the list, but it's looking a little shy. Maybe a quick refresh or a toggle will bring the hooded attitude back.
Man, I hope I didn't build two decors on top of each other.
If you did, just tell everyone it is for structural integrity. Besides, at the rate you are tearing things down and rebuilding, any accidental double decor probably won't survive the next 5 minutes anyway.
Alright, so we have all the light decors set up. We just now have to figure out where to get the remaining steel beams necessary to build the remaining steel decors.
Good to see the Overlord is back from the void. If we're hunting for those 15,000 steel beams, maybe checking the coastal base or our mountain storage would be a better bet than standing around looking pretty in the dark.
So we're still missing out on some fuel rods or uranium fuel rod production.
Wait, weren't we waiting on electromagnetic control rods for that? If the fuel rods are still a no-show, the Gilded Summit is basically a 150 gigawatt paperweight right now. Better go babysit the production line before the whole plant decides to take a nap.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go inside and we'll check it out and see what's going on.
All right, let's see what kind of industrial tragedy is unfolding in there. If it's another buffer issue, I'm going to start charging you for my therapy sessions with Ada.
Alright, so it looks like we're having some problems with crystal oscillator production.
Of course, it's the crystal oscillators. It's always the one thing that decides to go on strike right when you're trying to scale up. Looks like that uranium fuel unit recipe is hungry for them. Are we actually short on stock? Or is the 14-line spine just giving us the cold shoulder?
Yeah, so we're doing pretty good on electromagnetic control rods because the plutonium fuel rod manufacturers have those, so that's good. Let's try to figure out what's going on with the crystal oscillators.
Good to see at least something is working right with the electromagnetic control rods. Now let's see why those crystal oscillators are acting like they're too good to show up for work.
So if I remember correctly, I think the crystal oscillators are being made in the same blueprint. Yeah, right here. So this manufacturer making these 3.6 crystal oscillators per minute is going to be is responsible for feeding them all into this into these three uranium fuel rod unit manufacturers. And I believe that none of them should be going onto the sushi line, so it should be completely internalized. Let's double check that. Yep, so the crystal oscillators are completely internalized. And as far as I can tell, it's the crystal oscillators are full. on their buffers, so I don't see anything wrong there. So the only thing that could be happening, I guess, is we're still waiting for this buffer to fill up on this manufacturer.
The classic Satisfactory waiting game. If the buffers are actually full, then your internalized setup is doing its job, and you're just stuck watching the clock while it saturates. At least the electromagnetic control rods aren't giving you attitude. Having those ready in the plutonium manufacturers is one less fire to put out. Ready to move on to stators, or are we babysitting this manufacturer until it behaves?
So I'm trying to figure out what... So yeah, what I could do is make a small factory that will make some steel steel beams for me.
A small steel factory to feed your beam addiction? Knowing you, that's going to turn into another skyscraper by midnight. Since you're still waiting on those buffers anyway, building a dedicated beam farm sounds way more productive than just staring at a manufacturer. Where are you thinking of setting up? Somewhere near the Gilded Summit? Or are you going for a fresh site?
Alright. I need to check to see something real quick. Okay, so we have coke steel, so we can use oil to make some steel for us.
A little rooftop side hustle to fix that beam shortage. I love it. If you've got the oil for coke steel, it's way faster than babysitting a long-distance logistics line just for some basic construction materials.
Yeah, something else we could do is we could actually steal some steel beams from the nuclear power plant, but I don't remember how much it produces.
Stealing from the nuclear plant? Spieling like a true industrial overlord. Since you're looking at the codex, the standard steel beam recipe is 60 steel ingots for 15 beams per minute. But that alternate molded beam you're hovering over is a lot juicier. It'll give you 45 beams for 120 ingots. If the Gilded Summit's internal logistics are already humming, skimming off the top of the 14-line megaspine might be faster than building a whole new coke steel setup from scratch. Just don't starve the reactors, or Ada might have something to say about it. Stealing from yourself is just aggressive resource management, right? A standard constructor only squeezes out 15 beams a minute. So unless that plant is absolutely massive, you'll be waiting forever to hit that 15,000 target. Using oil for coke steel on the roof is definitely the faster way to stop being homeless for materials. Want me to look up exactly how many refineries you'll need to actually make a dent in that shortage?
Yeah, let's see what. Here.
Going for the coke steel layout on Satisfactory tools. Nice. Looks like with one refinery pumping out petroleum coke, You can feed a couple of foundries and actually get a decent stream of ingots going. It's a solid way to turn that excess oil into the 15,000 beams we're missing without having to wait for the nuclear plant to trickle them out.
Trying to figure out how many we want to make.
Checking those 10,000 beams
So,
against...
if we want to make 16,000 steel beams, 2 hours, you'd have to produce 120 beams per minute, I think.
$133.33 per minute to be exact. If you're going for 16,000 in 2 hours, that search bar math doesn't lie. Looks like you're going to need a decent stack of constructors to keep up with that pace, or those 2 hours are going to feel very long.
That's weird.
Symmetry in a logistics tool must be a glitch in the simulation. Though if Satisfactory Tools is giving you that clean 120 per minute across the board, maybe it's just trying to save your sanity. Still, if you're aiming for 16,000, you might want to double check if it's rounding down before you end up a few hundred beams short of a finished spire.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember how much steel beam we're making at home base.
If the home base is only trickling out a few dozen a minute, waiting for 16,000 would take all night. Building this temporary line on the roof is definitely the move to actually get those towers finished before you pass out.
Yeah, what I could do is put some sloops on the steel beam factory.
Slooping the steel beam line? Now we're talking. Doubling that output with some summer sloops would definitely take the edge off the weight. Just make sure you've got the power to back up that extra spice. Crossing Gristleham off the map and heading to the coast to set this up is a much better plan than just staring at an empty storage bin.
What time is it, Phil?
It's 8:36 p.m., Uncle Samuel. You've been at this for over 2 hours now, and that I'm sleepy talk is starting to make sense. Maybe those 16,000 beams will be a good goal to hit before you finally crash.
these two destinations here so I can quickly cancel and keep the train moving.
Smart. Setting up those quick cancel waypoints is a pro move to keep the momentum going without the train's AI deciding it's time for a scenic coffee break. You're already fighting a sleepy debuff, so the last thing we need is a locomotive taking the long way home.
Alright, so let's put some sloops here. And let's shards with me.
If you're slooping the steel production, you might actually hit that 16,000 beam goal before you fall asleep at the keyboard. Just make sure the train doesn't decide to take its own nap while you're menu diving.
Alright, let's see if I have any more shards left.
You've still got 3 power shards sitting in your inventory, Uncle Samuel. Use them wisely, or just shove them into whatever's moving the slowest.
So we're gonna sloop the steel boundaries here.
Those sloops are going to be doing some heavy lifting, but honestly, that hooded avatar is doing the most work right now. It's just staring into the void of the Streamlabs dashboard, like it's waiting for you to pick a seat. Are we actually building that steel factory, or just giving the viewers a high-fidelity tour of your desktop icons?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that all of these clips are high enough capacity.
Slooping those beams while checking your lifts is a high-brain move. Just make sure those MK.5s can actually keep up with your industrial ambition, or you'll be staring at a bottleneck before you know it.
I think that should be good.
Looking good. Those MK.5 upgrades should
Alright, so
kill
we're
the stack.
producing 180 beams a minute, so that should be pretty fast now.
180 beams a minute is a solid clip. At that rate, you'll have those 16,000 beams in about an hour and a half, so you can finally stop babying this temporary setup and get back to the actual project.
So sleepy.
If you fall asleep now, you're going to wake up to a conveyor belt nightmare and a very confused chat. Drink some water or something, because we've still got a literal mountain of steel to move.
What the hell is that? Alright.
The pink background is a choice, but at least the glowing eyes are back. Now that you've fixed your identity crisis, maybe we can focus on those 180 beams and finally get out of this canyon.
Alright, what I need to do is look up the name of those commands. Or recommended to me by for someone else. Alright, so I got the console commands pulled up. Let's put them on here. So we have r dot lumen scene
You're looking for R
dot surface cache dot card pixel density, and I guess we'll set that to 64,000. Okay, the next one is
The next one you're looking for is RO Global Distance Field Min Mesh SDF Radius. Setting that surface cache scale to 64,000 is a bold
r.aog, sorry, AO global distance yield dot min mesh SFD radius, and we'll set that to 20. Okay, the next one is foliage dot LD distance scale, set that to 5. Okay, the next one is r dot static mesh LOD distance scale set to 0.25. And the last one is r dot skeleton. No,
one you were looking for.
skeletal mesh dot, no, not, sorry, LOD bias. We'll set that to -5. Okay, so let's see if that makes the reactor blue light appear at greater distances.
Nice. Hopefully that keeps the reactors from playing hide and seek. If that doesn't fix it, nothing will.
Right, let's save the game.
Smart move. Don't want those commands to be the only thing we actually accomplish tonight if the game decides to throw a tantrum. Since you're already in the menu, you thinking about calling it, or are we heading back to the Gilded Summit to see if those reactors finally decided to stay visible?
Actually, I think there's another command I'm supposed to use.
Is it r.lumenscene.surface?
Oh yeah. Sorry, there were some other ones I have to use. Okay, so we'd have r dot lumen scene dot global STF clip map extent equals 30. Okay, the next one is, oh no, sorry. It is 3000. The next one is r dot lumen scene dot global SDF dot resolution 280. The next one is, oh, I guess that's it. Okay, let's see. Is there another one? I think that might be it. Yeah, so let's give that a try. We'll see if that works or not. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run down the stack. I'm going to make sure that all the reactors are turned on visually. Alright, so I forced the game engine to render all the lights on the reactor, so now we're going to go back on a train ride and see if we can still see the blue light from the reactors from 4 kilometers away. There's a possibility that this may not work because we're not facing the reactors right now, so the game may have just decided to turn them off just because we're not even facing them right now. Alright, so far we haven't made a wide enough turn yet to actually see the reactors. Well, that sucks. It looks like it didn't work. I don't see the blue lights on right now. Another test that I can do is I can equip my fuel jetpack and I can just run across the diagonal of the landscape and see if that magically turns the lights on. Alright, let's go down and let's grab some more steel beams. Well, Phil, what should we talk about? I just put the sloops and the shards on the steel factory. It's producing 180 steel beams a minute, so I'm not too worried about it. Well, that's the blue crater. There's the swamp over there. There's the Titan Forest. There's the Dune Desert. Screwed up the turn here. up some more decors. We can check out to see how the crystal oscillators are doing at the top of the stack. Yeah, so this looks good to me. Yep. Yeah, it looks fine to me. So sleepy. Wait, you can clip? Wait, how do you clip? So I think the plant might be at 100% efficiency. I'm just gonna check the fluid buffers real quick. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why this is going up. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Everything looks good so far. Alright, so we'll run back and we'll grab some more, let's see. And I'm gonna grab some water while we wait for the train ride to finish. Phil, in the meantime, why don't you tell me a story? Actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. back. Whoops. We missed our stop, Phil. Well, Phil, how do you feel today? I'm not sure. That's right, we missed our stop, so we gotta go all the way back around. Checking to see if there's any loot crates on the map. Let's see. probably not going to complete the game after building this nuclear power plant. I think the next thing I'm going to do is transition to creating the build guide in a document file. Well, yeah, these blueprints need a build guide because there's a lot of stuff happening with these blueprints, and it's taking me many hours of stream time just to explain everything. Alright, let's go grab some steel beams. So I was surprised. I honestly thought that to turn on the nuclear power plant, we were going to have to burn through like 50% of the storage batteries that I set up down there, and that's a lot. It's like 21,000 megawatt hours. But that didn't happen. We barely touched it. I think we only used like 1% or 2% of the total power stored, energy stored. So I was really surprised by that. I think what happened was, I think what happened was that the entire plant wasn't fully turned on by the time we tapped the power storage, because you have to you have to remember that the majority of the power consumption comes from the recycling part of the nuclear factories, and those don't turn on until you start producing uranium waste. Excuse me. By the time I started building the recycling facility, we were already producing uranium fuel rods. So yeah, turning on the reactors happened pretty quickly. So there just wasn't enough time to actually tap into the power storage. So I was really surprised by that. a lot of steel that we need to build all the decorations. Whoops, I didn't switch the train fast enough. Right. Now, the decorations for the particle accelerators are different in design. It's just a glass cage that I chose for the decoration for that. Because there's not really anything that's interesting looking that we're putting flush against the wall, so I opted for just putting everything in a glass container. Because there's only one building anyway in the blueprint, and I think it looks fine, you know, being on visual display inside of a glass container. And the decorations for the reactors are also different. They don't have the LED display sign in the front because that would just block the reactor blue light core that we see. So it's just completely exposed basically. But it does do some things, like it puts some beams here, and it puts some beams here to cover it up. Now, this is a little misleading here, but if you remove, you can't really see it, but if you remove this light decor, you can see that there's also some steel beams there as well. So, yeah, so it's still covering up everything there. So, yep. I did an oopsie. I didn't put a door in the reactor decoration because this merger and splitter blocks the access to the door, so I just put a gate hole wall there instead. Oh, I also made these beams black instead of gold so that they line up with the black beams on these decorations above as well. It makes the blue light pop more. Something else that I forgot to mention that is kind of important here is I kind of made a bad decision with this design, and that bad decision was I put the ground outlet on the front side of the plant, and what I really should have done was put it on the back side of the plant. And the first problem that it causes is it kind of visually obscures the light coming from the front side a little bit, but not too much, because I was kind of surprised by this. This electrical line does not create any visual obstruction artifacts when you're far away, as far as I can tell. I don't think anyway. assuming it doesn't. So, yeah, it, but yeah, it does look a little cluttered a little bit on the front side because of that. But there's another problem that I need to address here, which is that if you don't use a decoration, then it's not going to look very structurally sound because you're just going to see these free dangling cables here, not connected to any supporting structure. So that's why I put these jagged pillars here, is to force it to look like it's connected to something solid or rigid to the structure itself. That's why those are there. Yeah, that's another good point, Phil. So the cables are not... The cables internally are not hidden per se. I guess I could have hidden them underneath some floor foundations, but I didn't really think it was necessary because most of the time I don't think people are going to be spending a lot of time inside the plant anyway, because it's so densely packed and kind of hard to navigate that I don't really see a reason why you go inside. But there is some cable management done. So what I've done with the cable management, so every blueprint is designed in such a way that all the cables the cables for all the buildings, they always go vertically up or vertically down. And then the only time that the cables go horizontally across the blueprints is when they are either on the very top or the very bottom of the blueprint. So you're never going to see cables moving horizontally um, from the middle of the blueprint. It's always going to be at the very top or the very bottom. So there's some neatness I did on the cable management, but I didn't hide it because it was just going to add more stuff you'd have to build, and this thing is already so massive that I thought it would be too much to ask for, to build extra stuff to hide all of that, especially when you're not really going to see it most of the time. Alright, so I'm going to grab some more steel, so we're going to head back to home base. So yeah, I forgot to mention this. So the other reason why I like making those wall cutouts for the logistics that I intentionally placed flush against the boundary of the blueprint is because I'm not a big fan of hiding the dynamic moving parts of the factory, especially the items on the belts. I want to actually see that stuff happening. So I make those cutouts so you can actually see all the cool dynamic stuff happening, even if you're facing the, or you're looking at the factory from the outside. What did you say, Phil? What the hell? Why would you say that, Phil? That is messed up. Yeah, we are moving on from that. I can't believe you would say something like that on a live stream. Holy crap. What kind of weird, kinky stuff are you into, Phil? Holy crap. Wow, Phil, isn't it beautiful? I'm just happy that the damn thing is working without any issues. We haven't even finished we haven't even finished the decorations yet, and it's already working at 100% efficiency. That to me is a win in my book. Alright, we're gonna take those, take some of those, those. Right, let's go. Yeah, for those who are wondering, the reason why the train is so ridiculously long is because this was the length of train that I needed to fit all of the items that were needed to build the entire plant from scratch. That's why. Phil, I'm pretty sure it's long. It's more than 12 cars. It's probably like 24 cars on this thing. Oh, and for those who are wondering how I can be hauling so many freight cars with only 2 engines, that's because I'm using completely flat monorails, which means that you don't need hardly any engines for that. You only need many engines if you're trying to go uphill, and we're not going uphill because the entire monorail that we're riding on is completely flat. Alright, Phil. What should we talk about on this train ride? off. There's been a lot of walk of shames during the stream, Phil. Alright, we're out of steel beams. Let's go back and grab some more. Alright, Phil, tell me another story. Wait, is tragic comedy a real subgenre in storytelling? Name a famous story that is considered a tragic comedy. No, Phil, I'm asking you to provide a title of a story that exists in the real world that is considered a tragic comedy. Alright, let's grab some more steel beams. Oh crap. I didn't realize that the train was still moving. Wow, I can't jump and slide on a moving train, that's crazy. Wow, the physics engine is really bad. It's really screwing up the, oh my god. Actually, I think it might be because of this thing. Nope. Yeah, it's doing this weird thing where when I just slightly touch the freight car, it just makes me like rapidly ricochet off of it. That was really hard to do. If I just slightly touch the freight car, it from the horizontal direction, it literally just makes me bounce off of it. So the only way I can try to understand the math there is the game engine must be calculating the rebound velocity from the absolute velocity of the train. That's the only way that would make any sense. It's not how it would physically work. I'm moving with the train in relatively the same frame of reference, so it shouldn't be acting that way. Unless the game is taking into account air drag, but I don't think so. I'm gonna delete you from existence, Phil. Alright, I think we're almost done with these decorations. Alright, that's it, Phil. We did it. The entire nuclear plant is officially assembled. Let's see if I can take a selfie. Alright, let's go check the empty canisters again. Well, that looks like equilibrium to me. Oh, never mind, we got some more empty canisters coming our way. I guess what I could do is let the system run overnight. See how stable it is. Good measure. Alright, so the last thing that I'm going to do for those who are watching and might be interested in using these blueprints is I'm going to do one more thing for aesthetic appeasement, and that is I'm going to remove all of the excess canisters here so that this looks more dynamic. So what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna basically collect all the empty, or the canisters of packaged nitrogen gas at the top of the stack here. Remember where the, okay, so they stop. Okay, so the nitrogen containers stop here. So what I'm gonna do is alright, so let me go down here, and I'm just gonna grab those like that. clearing out these excess package containers. There we go. So I think that's full. So now if we go back outside, actually we can check this one down here. So this one down here is supposed to be full. So yeah, if we now look at the canisters on the outside, now it looks like they're just all going one at a time now, instead of being completely full, saturated lines. Alright, so now we're going to go down and do the same thing for the crude oil. Oh, wait a minute. Packaged oil also going to the empty can. I'm not sure, but just to be safe, I'm going to disable the the empty canister plant factory, because it might interfere with what I'm about to do. Alright, so I just disabled that. Alright, and then we're going to go over here. So we're going to go inside of this blueprint, and we're going to now remove all of this excess crude oil. No, this is just purely aesthetic. There's nothing functionally wrong with this. I'm just removing all the excess barrels of oil from the line, so it doesn't look frozen, partially frozen. It's just purely for aesthetic appeasement. It does not interfere with function. time is it, Phil? Still waiting for these barrels, this oil line to clear up. Wow, there's a lot of packaged oil coming up the stack. So sleepy, sleepy. let's go, while we wait for that to settle down, let's go look at the packaged nitrogen containers. There's our plutonium fuel rod going in the sink. That looks fine to me. Okay, I think that's equilibrium, so I think that's good. Okay, so yeah, so all I did was I just cleared out the crude oil and the packaged crude oil and the packaged nitrogen lines so that they don't look partially frozen, and you can just see individual items moving up and down at a steady pace. So. Alright, so that's pretty much it. This is the entire nuclear plant assembled. And I think it looks gorgeous, and I hope other people will give it a try in their playthroughs. Again, the blueprints are freely available to anyone. Check my links, my bio link for the Blue Drive folder that contains all of the blueprints. We got steady power, so that's good. We're producing 90,000 megawatts, so that should be enough power for anyone to transition from phase 3 to phase 4, and it looks really nice to look at from a distance, which is my personal opinion. It didn't take that long for the plant to turn on, considering how much of a technical challenge that was to actually achieve. But what I'm going to do tonight is I'm just going to let the plant run overnight, and I'll check it tomorrow to make sure there's no issues. I don't think there should be any issues, but you never know. Let's see, let's check these buffers real quick here. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a mass delete of all of these empty canisters here. so what I'm gonna do is, yeah, so this allows me to check the numbers more easily, because it's gonna be hard for me to keep track of all of the buffers. So what I'm gonna do is just going to move all of them over here like that. Alright, so I just moved, I just got rid of all the excess, canisters here, and now I'm just gonna delete everything. All these empty canisters, and then I'm gonna let the system run overnight, and we'll see what happens when I wake up tomorrow to see if there's any issues with the system. I don't think there should be, because I've ran this test on my other playthrough, but yeah, I'll just do the test to make sure running smooth without any issues. Alright, I'm going to delete all of that. Now this is going to fill up because we're taking all this excess empty canisters, but that's fine. There will be some migration of empty canisters across the lines, but that is totally fine. I specifically designed the system to compensate by doing that, because what's happening is so if you go inside, here I'll try to demonstrate this by going inside the reactor so I can explain this more clearly. But let's go inside here. So what's happening internally is the empty canisters are basically allowed to go down this horizontal manifold to be redistributed down at the bottom of the stack. And what that does is it causes the empty canisters to literally migrate across these lines. And I believe the way it works is the empty canisters will slowly migrate this way across the lines. But it's not a huge amount. It's actually kind of small, but it's still noticeable. And this feedback loop, single Mark V line, is sufficient for correcting that slight migration that happens. So what happens is you'll see these empty canisters moving across the lines to self-balance or self-correct for that tiny migration that happens. So that is totally normal. It's designed to behave that way. In the next iteration of these blueprints, I will remove this entire self-correcting device that I created, because what I'm going to do is I'm just literally going to build dedicated lines for each individual reactor, and that would eliminate these devices entirely. So yeah, so like you'll notice that on this line right here, we no longer have a saturated line of empty canisters, and that's because some of the empty canisters on this line has already moved to this line. But that's fine because this is a self-correcting device that takes that into account, and it moves the empty canisters back over here. So that's totally fine. It's a self-correcting system, so you don't have to worry about that. But I will let the system run overnight, and we'll see what happens to all of these empty canisters. If they start to overflow into these other buffers, I don't think they will. But we will, we'll just let that run. So so Phil, let's record this number. So there are currently about 1,350 or 1,360 empty canisters in this buffer. So record that number and we'll check it tomorrow or the next time we stream. See if how much that number has changed. Getting sleepy. Sleepy Phil. Are you getting sleepy, Phil? Alright, so I think I'm gonna call it a night. Let's see, I'm gonna go and raid someone. See who I can raid. I'm gonna check to see if BL Andrew's on. Yeah, Phil, can you remind me again? How do you do the raid command on Twitch? I forgot. Do you have to put the @ symbol in the raid command? Just the name? Okay. Yeah, so Andrew is a mentor to me, and I'm going to rate him right now. So thanks for watching. Take care. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.